all of the streams that we did, which was a little bit weird, but so it goes. So my thinking is, we start a new game. Yes, I know, yet another one. We make 2 new races, which are going to be the Dwarven Mage Lords and then the Dwarven Lich Lords. We do a game which is just the Dwarves. What is the next timeline supposed to be? Where's my World Anvil? If I find... Where is it? Timeline. So we are currently at... Oh, game's loaded. Skip that. And let's bring in some music too. There's the old timelines. Did the map not load? Hello. I'm trying to load the world building map. Antichrist coming in with a 25 stream streak. Thank you very much for the watching. Looking radiant, sir. Suit you. Well, thank you. And Asnog as well, coming in with a 20 stream streak. Jolly good. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, seriously, where are my maps? Life is just not complete without some good maps. Why are they not loading? It kind of flickers for a second and then nothing happens. It might just be that, like last time we tried to load maps and it took a really long time and then like 3 of them appeared at once. That's probably what's about to happen. But the other sneaky thing I can actually do is I can just look at this in the... in Windows Explorer. So we'll just do this. So yeah. We are mostly looking down here at the Dwarven area. We could create a troll nation, although I feel less inclined to flesh them out because they're not really character or city driven. And you can see what I need to do every time that I sort out the camera. It's just this stupid thing, and I don't know why it doesn't save these settings, but focus, off. White balance, off. Done. And now I should stop flickering quite so much. So yeah, the trolls are more of a hazard than a faction. The rise of the arcane. So until this point, this is 261 BC. There is sorcerous magic, divine magic, and druidic magic, basically. Arcane hasn't been discovered yet until the dwarves discover it. And I don't know how. I haven't come up with a process of like, oh, this is how they suddenly decided or realize how they can read magic. They just do. And then about 200 years later, they discover necromancy. And with the discovery of necromancy, they rip the veil apart, which basically severs the link, or sorry, opens the link between the undead and the mortal realms. And this also introduces the devilkin. Although I'm still not 100% sold on using devils as the guardians of death. I like the Devil Society in that they're very lore orientated and that they basically use souls as a currency. I can see that. The evil aspects, I'm not sold on. So I need to work out a way of dealing with that. We might just need to create an entirely different race or system for that, which is probably what we'll end up having to do. Because that would be the introduction of the tieflings. But anyway, Rise of Arcane Magic will happen in the Dwarven territories. It will spread relatively quickly, possibly because the Desert Dwarves are able to trade with everyone. And then the Arcane Mages start taking over the Dwarven holds, because who can stand against magic? And that's going to be the rise of the Mage Lords. Big civil war. The Mage Lords do eventually lose, just against sheer weight of numbers, effectively. But then they discover necromancy, and the bad times come back. And I think it's going to be an alliance of races who fight against the necromancers, because that's just bad for everyone. And I think that's also going to be when the Devilkin start appearing. We need to come up with a better name for them. Previously we called them the Infernals, as we have down here in the corner. But I'm not that keen, not that happy on that one. I need something better. And I think at this point we also start having the successor kingdoms really fragmenting. And basically the return of the original races in those areas. What I was trying to do was find details I'd written previously. Oh, here we go. Yeah, 261 was the rise of the Archmages. This is the first Dwarven Punic War. Well, the Civil War, as it really is. Imaginary Exponent coming in with 87-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Imaginary Exponent. Much appreciate that too. Time flies. Yes, it really does. Okay, so those files are still not loading. Like, I've done this, and you see the bzz appear for a second and then nothing. I don't know why. It's kind of frustrating. What if we try to load one of the other ones? Nope. Just doesn't want to. What if we load this? Okay, so that's loading. It's just the PNGs that are not. Huh. The other thing I want to do is basically chop off the bottom of this map. So then we're only doing this top part. Because it takes a long time to do this, and what I found is that I'm doing a lot of detail up here, and then going, oh, this happens, just like broad brush. It's not really doing that region justice, because I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on down here. It's just not that relevant right now. So what I think I will effectively do is chop this off. Then we just have this northern continent here. Maybe we'll include the very, very top of this bit. Maybe this bit. Up to the bugbears. Maybe we'll do up to the bugbears. And from time to time we'll have like Yuan-Ti incursions and Leonin and whatever. And there are stories of lizardmen to the far south, but not many people up here will have met them. And this is really the story that I'm trying to tell at the moment, the northern area. Right, have you loaded? You have? Okay, so we've got this one at least. So what I'm thinking of doing right now is... So my notes that I left myself previously is here. So we hadn't actually done any of this, and we certainly haven't done the rise of the Dwarven Archmages. So that is something we will need to include in there. So yes, I think today for Age of Wonders in particular, we'll do the Archmages, we'll do the Lich Lords. Maybe we'll come up with the Infernal. I actually kind of like that idea. Maybe we'll do that. Aww. And I can see the Infernals in this basically being like the Inquisition in Warhammer. Everyone should be terrified of them. Alright. Sorry everyone, but we're doing yet another new game, but we'll do the factions first. So these are going to be based on the dwarves. Now, one thing we can do is we can edit
What is your people's form? Your journey begins.
And we can add city names. So the crown city they already have. The other city names are on World Anvil. They are... was it kingdoms? I never remember where I actually put these. Yeah. It's towns and cities. Mountain Dwarves. Okay, so we have these cities here. So we have Corundel. Add. Corundel. And we have Karagrim. And then the heroes. Which I thought we got one or two. Yeah, because we got the magic guy. Where the hell did I write them? Oh, no. Scrolled right past them. So we've got... Durana Varduni. The heroes. Add and edit. Up. Fairly sure. And she was Speaker of the Living Plane. Plane Speaker. And female. Mountain dwarves tend to be relatively short. And also exceptionally pale. Well, actually, you're kind of reddish colour. Because you're near fire, often. Decorations... yeah, you're kind of burned. And I kind of like the idea of your hair being red. And I kind of like your eye color being like that too, actually. That actually works. Now, do we set the class anywhere? We do. You are not a Spellblade, you're an Elementalist. And you're using a Stars for Fire. Absolutely you are. Ambition? I don't think we really cared about. Governor type, though, you are. I think we'll just leave you as random. I'm going to get rid of the Ladybeard outfit. That's fine. Okay. Technically you're a cleric. Looks a bit more cleric-y. Armor color. Let's make your armor red. Okay, so we've got Durana Varduni. Solitary Isolationist, yes. AI Tomepar. Rock. It was not enchantment. It was... Was it enchantment? Maybe it was enchantment. Yes, it was enchantment. What was the third? It's probably going to be Artifice. We'll say Artifice, and that's going to give you a pretty good baseline. So I think that you have been set up pretty nicely there.
Starts here.
And then we need to set up the Arcane Dwarves and the Lich Lord Dwarves. Also need to bring in your troop. Come on. I know it's live, I can see it. There it is. And then mute myself. Yeah, good. Eric. Okay. Right, it was rock, wasn't it? Thank you. Right.
What is your people's form? Your journey begins.
Oh no, it was rock. I don't think we chose fire in the end. We started with rock, definitely, because we had access to Stone Skin and Stone Blast. And Earthkin. And then it was enchantment. Because we had access to Sundering Blades and Purging Arrows. I don't think we chose Pyre in the end. I think we basically just stayed as far as having Durana being the Speaker of the Living Flame. But I don't think we actually went fully into Pyromancy.
Reveal yourself.
Oops.
Your journey
Did I actually change it?
begins. Your journey starts here.
Okay. Create faction.
What is your people's
So
form?
these are Dwarfkin again. They are strongly related to the... Now, I've always kind of assumed that they came from the mountains, but actually, I feel like the Mountainkin are probably the least likely to go into magic. Let's look at the map again. I always kind of assumed that arcane magic developed in this area. Relatively defensible. You can put yourself in a mountain hold while it's nice and quiet. But actually, the Plains Dwarves are the ones that we've kind of established to be a lot more pragmatic, a lot more flexible. And I feel like they are, being the less traditionalist, the ones most likely to be delving into areas the Mountain Dwarves are probably not that interested in. So the Necromancers definitely Plains Dwarves. Arcane? Right, this was the other reason I wanted this map up, is because on here we can show where the resources are. And this is important because arcane magic, as a starter, needs Primessence. There's resources here and there's resources here. This is Mithril. And here, but it's not going to be in Terracron. Maybe down here, where they're kind of half mountain, half plains. Though there's no tunnel connecting this. So that's a resource of some kind. It might be adamantium. I really wish this legend was working. Like, what are these? Tell me! Oh, the text is there. It's just underneath. Change layer. Well, no, the layer. What's going on here? The text is there. It's in black. Wondered if it was being covered by the map, but it's not. So what the hell is going on? What if I copy you? Now it's appearing. Huh? Unobtainium. Alright, so... what is happening? Something bugged out, clearly. Alright, we know what these are again. So that colour that we didn't immediately recognise was platinum. That's platinum. Now also MD22 is going to be incredibly wealthy. Primessence is blue, as I knew. Mithril, that colour was mithril. So yeah, we added a mithril deposit over here. Because we wanted... the reason for the, what was it called? Grim, whatever it's called. Holding in the middle of the troll territories. Like the doomed city. We also hadn't finished putting resources around the map. Yeah, I think that's something that we're basically just going to do over time. As we realise, oh, there should be this resource here, like we did with this. So I kind of like Plains Dwarf 22 being the starting location of arcane magic. And then it would spread down the river, go along the coast to the trading regions, and then would probably spread to these as well. What else is that? Is that iron? Yes. Bog iron, maybe. How can I never find the resources in town? It's beneath it. Let's put this right next to the resources. So that's iron. So what's that then? No, that's iron. Oh, that's tin. Right, because the Bronze Age for the dwarves. And then the Iron Age from these deposits. And we're in the Iron Age at the moment. So this kind of is when the dwarves are at the peak of their strength. For it all to then come crumbling down. Because remember last week, we were saying, okay, the dwarves are in such a safe place. What bad things actually happen to them? Like, why would we ever have dwarves moving from this incredibly prosperous area and spreading out into the rest of the world? Well, we totally forgot about the magical civil war, which is a pretty big freaking deal. Don't forget the Plains dwarves trading with the dragon kingdoms to the east who most likely have magical societies. True, but I would strongly suspect, because of the strength of dragon blood, that they are very sorceress based. The big difference here is, talking D&D terms, sorcery is innate magic. It's what you can just do and you don't really know why, usually linked to an ancestry or a bloodline, whereas arcane magic is something you actually learn, and that's a really important distinction because anyone in the world can learn magic. And that is how the magically, not inept, magically less able races, like the humans and the dwarves, would get magic. And also divine. Clerics are also a thing, because the gods are definitely active in this setting. So, Plains Dwarfs 22, I think, is where the rise of the Mage Lords is going to be. So, I think we need to start setting that up a little bit. So, they are Plains Dwarves. What traits do the Plains Dwarves have?
Starts here.
I'm going to use you as a base.
What
And then at the end, we need to not press overwrite. In fact, I'm going to create a new copy right now. So this is the second Plains Dwarves. We'll edit that one. So now we're safe to just overwrite. So they are hardy, defensive tactics, adaptable, and cheerful. These aren't innate mages. So it's not like they're arcane focused, for example. They are just dwarves. If it was sorceress, then maybe arcane focused, but they're not. So I think having that as a base is fine. Would they be a feudal society? Probably not. They would definitely be mystical. Now, what kind of magic would they prefer? I mean, enchantment... No, enchantment's different. Enchantment is charms and stuff. I was thinking enchantment as in, like weapon forging. Abjuration. I can see dwarves being really interested in abjuration. So, defensive magic, wards, that type of thing. Would they be summoners? Maybe? I think they'd be attuned. Now the reason I'm hesitating there with the summoning is because if they become Lich Lords, then they must already be kind of used to summoning magic. They basically take that and twist it. But I can't really see the dwarven mages being like evokers, flinging fireballs and stuff around quite so much. I can see them using other branches of magic. The elves I could see being the ones throwing fireballs and lightning bolts and things. Just wondering if any of these would be more suited. Like high. Nah, they're not really a hidden potential race. No, I think Mystic is the right choice here. Now I'm going to go summoning. We'll make this a little bit different. Except the Mage Lords are all about personal power. Yeah, this fits the narrative a bit better.
What defines their
They
society?
are definitely not adept settlers and great builders. I would say that they are probably imperialists.
Huzzah!
Gifted casters, world casting point, world map casting point, combat spells cost less. Mana addicts. Magic having an addictive quality, I do kind of like that idea. Like, this is why the arcane has to be treated with a degree of respect and caution. Maharo coming in with 89 monthly subscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Maharo. Appreciate that too. Thank you. And Carnita coming in with a 60 stream streak as well. Quite a few streaks coming through today. I don't know. Do I want mana addicts? They're not runesmiths. They become runesmiths after the Civil War. So basically the effect is Arcane starts to rise, becomes very popular, lots of people try to learn it. Then those who practice the arcane form a magocracy and become increasingly tyrannical. Civil War kicks off. The mage lords start losing badly, and then discover necromancy, raising undead armies, and start winning hard. That's when the infernals appear and start to slap the necromancers around. And I think that's also when the elves and the humans join the anti-magic coalition, and then basically after this the dwarves become extremely suspicious of spellcasters, which is when they become more into equipment enchantment, rune smithing, because it's a lot safer. To that extent, you might introduce a spice, a mineral, or substance that significantly simplifies the use of magic and makes one dependent on it, so your dwarves can get used to it with the summon hammer from the toolbox kind of deal, and have to build a society around it. That is what Primessence is. That is 100% what Primessence is. It could be that early arcane... Early arcane magic is achieved through literally consuming Primessence. And that is incredibly addictive. But in time, they refine arcane magic where the spellbook becomes a thing, and then it becomes about imbuing the word and words of power rather than eating and then thinking magic. And then the use of Primessence is required to cast. And the physical look of when you're doing magic... I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. It feels a bit loud. Can I do that from here? Let's do that. Do you...
Choose your first tone of magic.
I'm just going to turn it down my ear. What was I thinking? Right, Primessence, when you're casting, it's literally, you see these tiny little tendrils of effectively blue dust going up to the spellcaster as they're shaping the Primessence into whatever form the magic is. And that is the power of Primessence. It is basically a substance that can be transformed very easily. And arcane magic is about unlocking that transformation potential. So it actually kind of makes sense if the early dwarven mages were transformers. Not like the cartoon, like transformation magic. Alchemy. And that's why they started imbibing magic. So yes, I think that these guys are going to be magic addicted. I don't think that is a requirement going forwards, but I think for these guys, it is. Did we make you summoners in the end? We did, didn't we? No, we weren't attunement. Good. Because I'm actually kind of thinking powerful evokers. I know I was saying I didn't want them to be powerful evokers, but... what would dwarves use magic more for? I would use it as a tool. And that type of thing is evocation. But then again, this isn't taking Primessence and transforming it, it is using Primessence internally. In which case, internally, they would be powerful mages. I think that's one of the dangers. Is arcane magic in the modern form, where you shape Primessence through the use of magic, is a lot safer but a lot less powerful. If you imbibe it, it is significantly more powerful but extremely addictive. So yes, I think I am going to make them powerful evokers actually. I should write some of this down. Let's bring up... ChatGPT. Right, one thing which I'm going to do is, because this is getting extremely slow because of how big this thread is, and apparently one of the things you can do is please take your memories from this thread and start a new thread to increase performance. I don't know if this is going to give me a link or if I have to start a new chat or what. Okay, this might take a minute. Ah. Oh, that's a good idea. Please create a... And this is also going to allow us to check it to make sure that anything is correct here. You should ask ChatGPT if I've previously established how Primessence works. I don't think I ever have. This is looking correct so far. Does have the other races. Just double checking. Nefertine Empire was in a different thread. So we should probably add that information. Alright. We'll start with this, and if we need to rewrite more information in, we can do that. I thought there was a way of copying this. Copy. Did not copy. Oh, this is so slow! You just had this one open. See, this is why I really need to start a new thread. I don't remember ChatGPT being this slow. Maybe it is just the fact that I'm using it a lot more as a informational thing. Please refer to Primessence world building thread. A summary of which is this. Whoops. Oh, come on. We are going to continue with world building for the Primessence setting. Stop. Okay, so the nature of Primessence. This is a compound derived from the gods. The god generally dies when they are forgotten, and their power is directly related to the number and probably this certainly. No, it's not and probably. It's the number and zeal of their worshippers. Because I could see like a god of agriculture having an enormous number of people worshipping them, but I can't see them sacrificing their mother to get their assistance. Whereas the god of torture probably has like 3 dudes who worship him, but they are really passionate about torture. So I would like there to be a bit of a link there. So you can have gods with a smaller following who are a lot more zealous in how they do that. Probably not the setup. One is better using agentic AI and work in terminal right against a document structure or Git repo. Yeah, probably. I was thinking I should really clean up the world anvil and then basically have that as being the master document. But that takes more effort than I'm willing to put in right now. But it is something we should do once we've established a bit more of like the ground rules. There's still a lot of drafts and just throwing ideas and seeing what sticks in my world anvil as it is. One of these days we'll sort that out. Also, the strength of the soul. I don't know that I necessarily want souls to have a different strength. I think the soul itself is equal. It's what they do in life that sets them apart. Extremely fine dust. Which is why magic. We haven't defined magic yet. Arcane magic is the transformation. See, tiny thread-like tendrils of Primessence blowing into the sky. You need several different documents, trying to keep them small. Depending on the agent used, many of them struggle when docs come over 300 lines, while Claude Code can handle several thousand decently. Still good to separate. Yeah, it's one of the things I'm working on in general, just seeing how the different platforms work. Haven't used Claude that much yet. That is something I'm looking into exploring. ChatGPT I use a lot more, but that's also like the first one that I used. And I found it to be really good for this kind of content generation. It's not even generation, that's the wrong word. As a content library that you can then use to refer back to then brainstorm and create more stuff from there. I found it to be extremely powerful.
Huzzah!
I've done it in this, and you can also see here I do it for my Icewind Dale campaign, but that's having the same problem. Like, that's starting to get really slow. I need to get better at creating multiple documents than having it just refer off of those documents. And then using it basically just as a console. Similarly, when a magic item is enchanted, the runes contain Primessence. Oh yeah, and what does it actually look like? Oh, what's that thing called? Very blue mineral. I've always imagined Primessence to look like that. And now I'm forgetting what it's called. Not cobalt. Used in dyes. Lapis lazuli. That's the one. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the rise of arcane magic. So, early in the setting, there are 3 forms of primary magic use. Sorceress. Entirely natural, based on physiology or bloodline. Elves with their lineage, dragonborn, draconic, etc. Druidic. So natural magic. Not yet really defined, but likely related to nature spirits. And then there was divine. This is godly intervention. Actually, yeah, druidic magic could be primescent, found in natural statuses, which is why it's particularly powerful in the Feywild. Okay, and then we have arcane magic. Covered by the dwarves. And rapidly changed how their society functions. After all, you can stand against magic, which became increasingly tyrannical This led to a civil war, which united the Plains Lords and Mountain Lords against the Mage Lords. In time, the non-magic forces began to get the upper hand when the Mage Lords turned desperate and discovered necromancy. I'm not going to use catastrophic here. This was a significant. I need a better word than significant. Noticeable? I feel like that's a little underplaying it. Adverse? Grave. There we go. This is a grave conflict. Arcane magic was discovered sometime around... Do I actually have that written somewhere? I think I probably do. Where's my timeline? There it is. So, on the timeline... (350 AD). BC rather. Why has this become disconnected? Arcane magic was discovered around 350 BC. It's got to be earlier than that. Because we had the rise of the Mage Lords happening in 261. That's only 11 years. Arcane magic became widespread. With the Civil War kicking off. No, it's not going to become widespread. The Magocracy will form. So they have 11 years of tyranny. That makes a bit more sense. That is a long-ass civil war. Is it 361 or 261? 261. That's more like it. Arcane magic was discovered at 350. The year 0. The first use of necromancy. and the sundering of the mortal, sundering of the veil between the mortal realms and the ocean of the dead. Yeah, because the goblin success is 321. $261 is the rise of the Archmages, but I'm going to say that's when the Civil War starts. Yeah, the First Dwarven Punic War, also known as the Civil War. It's related to the Roman Punic War. I don't think it actually needs to be called the Punic War. Did we write about the sundering of the veil anywhere? I feel like we did. I just want to make sure I have the dates and everything correct. I know we wrote about this. I remember it. But I don't remember where. This is based on real history. So what I've done, just to get like a rough timeline, is I went all the way back to like 10,000 BC and listed out like all of the major events in human history, and then basically created an equivalent type effect in this world. So this is not Earth. I don't want to carry that across. This is not Earth. I've just used that as a way of representing like a reasonable time frame for the development of certain things. So 0 AD, birth of Jesus, Easter today and all of that, being like such a important moment in particularly Western civilization, is the equivalent of 0 AD in this world, which is the sundering of the veil between life and death, which I guess you could also kind of consider Easter to be, if we wanted to get religious. I know I've written about this, but where? Aha! I think it's here. I think this is the old version. That's the old version. More about pantheons than I remember. write it. Jesus did come back to life. Who's to say it wasn't a form of divine necromancy? I am Catholic. Yeah. It is entirely possible. But the necromancy in this instance, I would say, is definitely not divine. Although it has divine links, because it's the fisher god who oversees the ocean of the dead. Ah! It's frustrating. I need to think about this for a second. Because I have in my mind two conflicting stories about how the veil is sundered. One is we have the Lich Nin, who basically is on the quest for immortality, and in doing that sunders the veil. Or it's the Dwarven Lich Lords, and then we haven't ever really discovered what the consequences of the sundering is either. It could well be that Nin teaches the Dwarven Lich Lords how to do necromancy. It would mean that they're on the run for like 200 years, but that could happen. The dwarves become complacent and the Lich Lords come back again. One could be a legend, the other can be a consequence. Yeah, that's true. Someone believed it was possible, then dwarves decide it's time to try doing it. I mean, this is why I think that Nin is such an interesting character. He's actually one of my D&D characters, but I think he fits so well in this instance. Because he was a character who was absolutely obsessed with becoming immortal, and would do basically anything to achieve that. He was also a psychopath, not from the I'm going to kill you psychopathy, but from the I lack emotion psychopathy. So there was basically nothing that he wouldn't try in order to become immortal. And he is not evil. And in my headcanon, he does basically become a lich. And in the world setting, we did have a version of it where he takes over one of these kingdoms, I think it's this one, and then basically holds the Nefertine Empire in check. So you have the northern cities, which are independent and kind of a free cities organization, and then you have Nefertine Empire. And he's basically said, if you ever declare war on these guys, I will nuke your civilization. And so they just haven't. Why he's so protective of these guys, I don't know. Maybe he just believes in the balance of power that brings about. Because if Nefertine ever managed to actually unify that entire area, then maybe they'd be a threat to him. That actually seems the most likely. But also the other interesting thing about Nin is he's not a necromancer. He's not someone who's like, oh, I'm going to raise armies of undead. He's actually a doctor. And his obsession with immortality means that he is also an absolute genius at medical science. So people can absolutely go to him and like, we've been afflicted by the plague, can you come and fix it? He's like, oh, this is an interesting thing to study. Sure. So I think it's still going to be Nin that severs the veil. And then from that, the dwarves realize the necromancy. There we go. Yeah, this is how I like it. Okay. Meanwhile, we have a... What would he be? Described as Doctor. Who's a human? Who is absolutely obsessed with immortality, hearing about the dwarven innovation of arcane magic, goes there to study. While there, he begins to theorize about the possibility of necromancy. Yes, I need to rectify that bit above. Also delve into this new area of study, becoming the Dwarven Lich Lords. This led to a civil war which united the Plains Dwarfs, Mountain Dwarfs against the Mage Lords. Arcane magic was discovered in 350, while civil war kicked off in 261. Meanwhile, his human doctor named Sinyo Sharon Nin, who is absolutely obsessed with immortality, upon hearing of the dwarven innovation of arcane magic, goes there to study. While there, he begins to theorize about the possibility of necromancy, and 0 AD puts his theories to the test, sundering the veil between the dead and living in the process to cataclysmic events. This is known as the Sundering, which I know we've written about somewhere. I just need to find it. Dwarven Mage Lords already on the back foot in the Civil War and on the verge of defeat also delve into this new area of study, becoming the Dwarven Lich Lords in the process, turning significant portions of the formerly prosperous Dwarven realm to ash the process, and causing a massive portion of the population to migrate away. This is true. I hadn't even considered that aspect. Dwarves mine Primessence physically, because it is found in deposits. It is basically a mineral to them. That is very true. This isn't just a war. This is a war about the right to define reality. Ah, ChatGPT, you're hilarious sometimes. That is just a loss of structure. I could see that being one of his quotes. I found the riven. Ah, it's called the rivening. Thank you. Merchant. It's called the rivening. What? It's on the one. Otherwise, all good. Of course, the rivening is much stronger, naturally. So we got AR and BR before rivening, after rivening. Let's hold up on the arcane impacts just now. Alright. Okay. And thank you. What you got for me? Rise of Arcane Magic, after its discovery in 350, was rapid with new types of magic and magical spells being discovered quickly. The spread of magic was equally expeditious due to the fact that magic can now be taught and was no longer the sole purview of the gifted. Practitioners of the craft are known as the thaumaturgists or mages for short. The delineation of magical schools have not occurred yet. Arcane magic was taught solely from a generalist perspective. Awesome. I'm going to alter that very slightly. And add the addictive property. Of course, this destroys the layout. Formatting. Will Notepad maintain the formatting? Let's find out. Was that Primessence needed to be imbibed? Use basically through potions to awaken the transformative properties. Imbibing Primessence is still possible. And does lead to significantly more powerful results. But the downside is almost never worth it. So it is generally not done except by the desperate and the not insane, the and those who chase pure power. Quick 20-minute adventure world building for some Age of Wonders after an hour and 37 minutes. Yes. Good. The Vitamons. I like that. Cool. So, magic has been defined. We've got the early rumblings of magic. And thank you very much for that, Eric, for finding the details. Am I using a chatbot? I'm using it as a archive. So I'm writing my own stuff and then archiving it in here so that I can refer to it later. And it's pretty good as like a brainstorming thing. I'm not using it to actually generate content. Okay, so back to Age of Wonders. So we are powerful evokers, yes, because they are magic addicted, and they are magic addicts. Perfect.
Choose your first tome of magic.
First tome of magic, I think, is probably gonna be... Oh, I see it. Warding. Maybe evocation. Probably evocation. These are dwarven mages. We did say that the earliest forms would be transformational and abjuration. So actually I think it's going to be warding and then evocation.
What is your ruler's origin?
They're definitely a wizard king. It's like the very definition of one.
Reveal yourself.
Okay, so this character is going to start out as not a warlock. Ritualist? Or elementalist? Or spellblade? possibly even Battle Saint. Although Battle Saint feels more like Cleric. I think Elementalist for you. Anyway, so you are a dwarf. Male, probably. No, you are a Plains dwarf, so you're relatively tall for a dwarf. Skin colour, a bit more tanned. Mediterranean, olive. Decoration. You are a mana addict. So you probably do have symbols. Let's go with that one. Head size, let's go one bigger. Eye color, you are gonna be glowing blue eyes. Hairstyle. Something like that. Hair color. Let's say dark with blue tips. It's the touch of the Primessence. Outfit. Mage robes. Helmet. Cape. Armor color. Blue is a standard color. Horse. Plains dwarves do use horses, so I think that's fine. We need to come up with their sigil. Dwarven crown. Wizard hat? I think that's a little too on the nose. And yeah, I know the Age of Wonders music's getting kind of repetitive. Unfortunately, I can't turn it off from here and put on something else in the background, otherwise I would. Otherwise I have to back out of all of this. So the dwarves develop arcane magic on their own after discovering the potential of Primessence in their craft. Do you have any concept for how, when the warlocks fit into the arcane? Do they use the patron's gifts mostly to skip the learning process of wizards, or do people seek out patrons to circumvent the need for Primessence and the requirements? Haven't really thought about it, although I must admit, as I was writing this bit, I was thinking about it. And I was kind of wondering if warlocks came about because of the rivening. Particularly like the fiendish warlocks. They basically make a deal with the infernals. They've probably always been around, honestly. Because like the deep warlocks would have been aligned with the aboleths. The fiendish ones would be aligned with the infernals. The religious ones aligned with the various gods. Draconic ones when the dragons appear. Draconic warlocks are probably a lot more common in the East. So yes, I think it probably is as a means of bypassing having to study magic. Although it does pose the question if you can basically just Well, no, you still need to learn how to manipulate the Primessence. I was going to say, if you can just drink a magic potion and then suddenly, bam, you're a wizard, Harry. Yeah, you still don't know how to control it. So you would still need to spend years and years and years studying it while taking the potions to empower yourself to do it. Whereas Warlock, it'd be just like, yo, do you want some power? Sure. Cheers, Dad. Fireball. Kind of like the candle for them, it's representing the years of study. Brown and blue. Dark blue and light blue? It's too glittery. Blue and light blue. Okay, and then the race. I think we're also going to be similarly Mediterranean. Physique, I think they can be a bit bigger. Army colour. I'm going to go with the blue as well. Hair colour. I'd like to have grey blue colour. Something like this. Skin decor, yes. Horses, I think we're going to stick with just regular horses. It's fine. Find them on the plains.
Your journey begins.
Alright. Who is the leader? Of the Magocracy? Second bottom row in the Tyrion.
Reveal yourself.
That one. Actually, I like that. I like that one more. It's kind of a magic crown, which I think fits the Magocracy.
Your journey begins.
I never said what this race was called. Bounty. And he is still a high speaker. Yes. Arcan would have been a good name for him. Arcan would have been a fantastic name for him. I might change the name of their leader to Arcan Baltharum and use a different name for the Plains Dwarves. I actually really like that name. Zephyraxis is the Plains Dwarf capital, it's not their capital. Arcane is named after Arcan. That's what I was thinking. Kiraz Valun, Drakthuld, Velkara. Kazoo. Do you want it to be a... No, I don't like any of those. Dark Fell? It's a bit too similar to like Fell, which I don't like. These are better. Velisar. Quite like that. Sounds a little elven, so maybe if we could turn that into a more dwarven feel. Velkazan. Durazan. Selvaran. Tarkazan. Azkadir. Velasir. Ooh, I like Velasir. Velkasir. Oh, Velkasir. I like Velkasir. Okay. And then, did we, as part of this early document, lock in the name of Arkham? We did. Arkham Belthorum. Change Arcane Belthorum's being the first to discover arcane magic. He would go on to lead the Council of Mages, ruling body of the Magocracy, rather than having leader of the Plains Dwarves. Arcane is named after him. Let's make him more dwarven, add hard consonant. Why does this work every time? It just does. Okay, good. So this one we are overwriting. We haven't done the advanced settings yet. Let's do that first. So we haven't come up with any city names. That's fine. We haven't come up with any heroes yet. That's fine. AI personality. This guy tends to be kind of aggressive. Strategist Warlord, I think, fits perfectly. Starts out with Tome of Warding. Second up would be Tome of Evocation. Third up would probably be of Summoning. Well, let's work that out by playing. Because I think I want to play as this faction. So we're overwriting this. We are coming up with a new... Well, before we do that, I am going to turn the music off. Shut up! We need to find some other tunes now, so... Copyright-free music. I could just do another game, like have it play as a thing instead of just that one sodding track. What should we play? What would suit this? Let's go with Stellaris. That's a bit too sci-fi. Does Age of Wonders have a soundtrack? It does. Of course this one plays first. Of course it plays first. Skip. Better. Alright, so we need to edit the Plains Dwarf leader.
Your journey starts here. What is your people's form? Reveal
It's not
yourself.
the appearance, it's the...
Your journey begins.
Alright, so we need a new name. What was their council called again? I know I have it written somewhere. It's in here. Selvarim as Kadar. Durasim, Ascatir, Velasir, Caravel. Where am I, Belvarin? These are basically the same. They all start with an A, D, K, or S. I feel like Belvarin actually has a first name. Belvarin Morath. That'll do. So we got Belvarin Morath. I'm going to override
Your
this.
journey starts here.
Okay, so Arcane Dwarves done. We could still do the Lich Lords. I'm wondering, and this is me not really knowing how Age of Wonders is going to handle this. Could we start as the Mage Lords, then become the Lich Lords? Or would we want to have two separate races, the Mage Lords and the Lich Lords? Because there are probably Mage Lords who refuse to become Necromancers. In fact, I would probably even say the majority of them. Does Primessence make its way through the food chain? Is that how some species get innate magic? The Fae especially. So the Fae get it because after the Cataclysm at the start of time and the death of the God of Magic, there was basically a big magical explosion, and the magical fallout from that settled over what became the Feywild and supercharged growth in the Feywild. So I don't think it's so much that it's eaten in that way, and I do think that magic potions need to be refined in some way for it to get its effects. I think they're just going and eating a chunk of Primessence probably just doesn't taste very good. But I think that long-term contact with Primessence is probably bad. Kind of in a similar way, like coal miners breathing in coal dust is bad. Primessence miners breathing in Primessence is bad. I think setting up a separate race would be best for Age of Wonders. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Didn't pick the Mage Ruler's ambition. Mage Rulers don't have an ambition. It's only heroes. I'm going to double check that.
Your journey starts here. What is your people's form? Your journey begins.
Oh no, you're right. My bad. I think I have not done this for every single one. think I like Stuart the most. Just in general.
Reveal yourself. Your journey begins.
Okay, so once again we're going to take the Mage Lords, we're going to edit that,
What is
go
your
to the
keeper's
end, we're
form?
going to create a
Your
copy,
journey starts here.
and we're going to grab you and use this as
What
the
is your
basis.
keeper's form?
So these are the Lich Lords. Music down there. Okay, so these guys have been using magic for quite a long time. I don't think that they are cheerful anymore. I'm not even sure that they're hardy anymore. Although hardy is a fairly common dwarven thing. They're definitely not defensive tactics. I would say instead they are... resistant to magic? Are they though? I would say that they are at this point magic focus. Girl dwarves. I kind of like the idea that they're empowered by magic. So let's drop Hardy and instead have you empowered by magic.
What is their origin culture?
These guys might be dark. I would say that they are.
What defines their society?
They are still magic addicts, and they're mana addicts, and they are still powerful evokers. Don't think that changes at all.
Choose your first tome of magic.
So necromantic one. There's blood, right? Which might be the origin of doing. Do necromancers need to use blood magic? No, I don't think so.
What is your ruler's origin?
You're definitely a wizard king.
Reveal yourself.
And as tempted as I am to have Ninio Sharing being their leader, he's not really. You are going to be a ritualist. Or a warlock. Warlock. Your starting equipment is going to be... Staff of Spirit. That does holy damage. Maybe not. Where's your Staff of Light? green, darker green. Outfit can effectively stay the same. The helmet I think we are going to change. You've been through the wars. Obviously. Armor color. Go darker. Skin color I think should also be a bit more of an unhealthy pallor. And then your symbol. I think it's just going to be a white skull. No, let's go with the mana color skull. Okay, and then the race need to be similar. So hair color is now a dark green. Armor color goes darker. Skin color has this unhealthy pallor. What's that? Is it that one? It's the bright white one. Okay.
Your journey begins.
It could still be Arcan. I don't think so, but it could be. And your one is gonna be Dominator. Recruiter raise tier 4 units after combat. Recruiter raise units after combat. Okay, so we need a name for you. Belmoranthil, Morvethar, Belzaran Thun, Thalvaran Moth, Belmorith. Morthavel, that sounds very dark elven. Belthun, Mor, Zulmaran. More Javel. Zulmothan. Don't give him a surname. He is simply Zulmothan. Yeah, I quite like that. Zulmathan. He doesn't have a surname. And these are the Dwarven Lich Lords.
Reveal yourself.
To be almost black.
Your
So it's a very
journey
corrupted
begins.
arcane. Oh, this is an overwrite. Oh, it needs a city name. That's an interesting one. So at the moment Velkathir is there. PD22. Zulmathan could have been Arkhan's apprentice. That's true. Yeah, with the living span of a dwarf, absolutely could work. Also, he's a Lich Lord, so time doesn't really matter anymore, as long as he was alive at the time Arkhan was. I feel like this kind of wants to be somewhere isolated. We'd need a source of Primessence too. Somewhere near the human territories. Down here, maybe. I'm thinking, like in there. Well, no, he's a Lich Lord. He would be one of the Dwarven realms. I mean, honestly, the most likely he would have taken over is PD22. So I think it is going to be Velkhazir, but it's going to be a different form of Velkhazir. Velkhazir is the old name. So maybe like Zul Velkhazir. Velmothir? After Zulmathan. So he is like the most powerful of the Dwarven Lich Lords. I could see that. I actually kind of like Velmothir.
Your journey starts here.
And it's occurred to me that we haven't actually added any of these to World Anvil yet, so let's get that in
What
first
is your
of all.
people's form?
The big
Your
things are the
journey
names.
begins.
Oh, these are numbers.
Reveal
Them I've already
yourself.
done.
Your journey begins.
Alright, so
What is your people's form?
these are... what do we name these under? That's a good question. Technically they're plains dwarves, I guess? Let's call them... Mage Lord / Lich Lord. So first of all, we've got Zulmathan. You know what? Let's go. Actually, separate these out. Then we have the Mage Lord Dwarves. We'll come back to you in a second. I'm just going to copy this so that we can put this into the kingdoms. Wasn't kingdoms. Towns and cities. Okay, so the Lich Lord capital is Velmothir, which was formerly known Then we have the Mage Lords. Don't think there was anything else that we needed to save.
Your journey starts here.
So then we need the Mage Lords.
Your journey starts here. What is your people's form?
So then the Mage Lords, we had Velkazir, which was PD 22. Origin of arcane magic was the site of one of the largest magical universities. Still is, question mark. It's just become slightly corrupted now. And then we have the names. And his name is Arkham Beltharum. Founder of the Council of Mages. Founder and leader of the Council of Mages. Discovered magic. Student of apprentice. Zulmathan is probably still alive today. Arkan almost certainly is not. So he truly is going to be one of the most powerful magic users in existence. Okay, so then we needed to change the name of the Plains Dwarves guy. It's not Arkham Batharum anymore. It is the other name,
Reveal yourself.
which I definitely remember.
Your journey begins.
Elvaran Morath. Okay, good. Oh, I just realised I wasn't sharing that with you. Sorry. Cool. Is it time to actually play the game now? I think it might be. Was there anything else that we wanted to create? We've done the Mage Lords, we've done the Lich Lords. I was not going to do the Trolls. Yeah, I think we're good. So we're going to do a new game.
Choose your destination.
We're going to go with the Desert and Dwarf region. Because this was actually a pretty good setting for what we're trying to do. And most importantly, it has echoes of the fracturing. So it has the cataclysms going on. The only thing I didn't massively like about this was the continents. I kind of wish... I was going to say I wish that this game had a map editor, but no, I don't. I would spend way too long on that. Coast. Single connected landmass next to a small sea. I'm going to go with coast instead. And then we want to change who's actually playing.
Your journey starts here.
The Bark and Thildar. Wait, no, you're not. The Belron Morath. We'll keep Daruba in. We'll keep Morak in.
Your
And this is
journey
going to be
starts here.
the Lich Lords. And the Lich Lords are going to be set to hard. Everyone else is going to be normal, so these guys should be able to grow bigger than the others. So that's Plains Dwarves, Lich Lords, doesn't know, can't use the Ogres.
Your journey starts
Because
here.
they're not Dwarves. So this is going to be a game with just Dwarves in it. And
Your
we
journey starts
playing
here.
as the Mage Lords. Which is going to be interesting, playing in a game that's fracturing. Magic is gonna suck. Which is kind of wondering, why I'm wondering, do we want to play as Mountain Dwarves? I don't know. Who do we play as in this instance? Because it's fracturing, so magic is going to become more and more unstable as the game goes on. I kind of like the idea of the AI doing AI things and crashing blindly onwards, but also I kind of want to direct a little bit more about how the Mage and Lich Lords work. Is Age of Wonders 4 better than 3? Yes, I would say so. Has a lot more customization, which is why we're able to use it so effectively for world building. Oh, Whitey is here. I think I missed your resubscription, coming in with a 75-month resub. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm going to take a 3-minute pause here and just grab a drink. We're supposed to have another hour of streaming, but I think I'm going to do 2 because we have yet to actually start a game. So let's take a 3-minute break. We will grab a drink. And we'll see then what happens from there. So stretch your legs, do what you got to do, grab another drink. And we'll be back in just a moment as soon as I find where my Twitch settings are. Okay, I'm back. And I've decided I'm going to do this a little bit differently. Can I add more races? How many am I going to need? I'm going to want Wandering Ogres, Settled Ogres, Duragar. So I want 3 more races in if I can. And this is supposed to be relatively cramped, so I am okay with this. So we're going to add...
Your journey starts here.
Route to Lost, the Ogre Kingdoms. We're going to add...
Your journey starts here.
Ogres of the Long Walk. And we're going to add...
starts here.
Kundrath. With the Duragar. Okay, good. So this is going to be a fairly squished in realm. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be aggressive. Also need to on-stream set up the Duragar. I mean, we have the free Duragar who are actually fairly close to these guys. They are here. So we've got them, 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 them. The ogres coming through here. These guys, these guys, these guys, and then the later version of these guys. The only other faction that we may want to add someday will be the trolls, but I don't really know how to do them in a good way. Except like increasing the difficulty of the neutrals. But I quite like this setup. So the only one that's on hard is the Lich Lords, because I want them to be stronger. Let's overwrite this. It's going to be cramped. Especially because we have it set that nobody can settle underground. Only seeing Age of Wonders on screen. Yeah, I wasn't adding anything else. I was just setting things up. Because I want to actually play a bit now. I think we've done a fair bit of the world building stuff. One of these days I really need to sit down and start working on the map, but I probably will do the big map change off camera. Because what I was talking about earlier, while that is still loading up, although I know it's just finished loading, is I think I'm going to cut this part of the map away. And then focus purely on the northern continent. Maybe with a little bit going down to like here, or possibly up to the Bugbear realm. Yeah, I think I'll probably do up to the Bugbears, because all of the stuff below it is just not that important right now. And that would allow me to focus more on this bit, which right now is what I'm more interested in. Because we've done the map for the Goblins, but we haven't done the map changes for the Major Lords or the Lich Lords. That is going to be the next step. But I feel like we've done enough world building for one day. It's about 2 hours already. A new ruler emerges. Explore your surroundings, expand your domain. Prepare to face your rivals and become master of the realm. Right, I didn't actually want to be the Mage Lords. I wanted that to be ticking off in the background. So who do we play as? I'm gonna quit this. That lasted a long time. Back to menu. And then I'm going to put up a poll as to who we should play as. So, new game.
Choose your destination.
Custom. Desert Dwarves. Select. Advanced settings. Realm factions. So these would technically be the Magic Dwarves. Okay, so the 5 options to put into the poll. So we've got the Mage Lords. I'm not going to make the Lich Lords playable. Mountain Dwarves, Plains Dwarves, Desert Dwarves. I don't really want to play the Ogres either. I think those are more interesting as NPCs. Same with Duragar, we played them fairly extensively in the past. So these 4 options give you 2 minutes to get your votes in. So get your votes in, vote, vote, vote. And we'll go from there. Get your votes in. It's actually a pretty equal spacing of votes at the moment. Every vote will absolutely count here, so get them in. And if you are currently on the uptops and wish to be involved in this vote, you can find that over on our Twitch. Right there. Get your votes in. I find that the first 3 Age of Wonders are more similar to Heroes of Might and Magic than Age of Wonders 4. No, I definitely agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. The other game that I want to try playing again is Disciples. Like, Heroes of Might and Magic, Age of Wonders and Disciples are all very similar games. And I remember really enjoying Disciples 3, like 3 or 4 years ago. I just never finished it, so I kind of want to go back to that one. Because I know they just released a new one. Dominions? Okay, the votes are in. And we're playing the Desert Dwarves. Okay, interesting. Now, I have a question. Is this Desert Dwarves with the new Nomad features? I think we did edit them to be Nomads. But Plains Dwarves came in last place with 13% of the votes. The Mountain Dwarves and the Mage Lords were joint with 25% each. And then finally it was the Desert Dwarves at 38. And thank you, Imaginary Exponent, for the 7,000 channel point investment. Did you just vote for all of them? Pretty much. Alright, let's just take a quick look at Dilruba Shapash, because I want to double check to see if I made you Nomad. I think I did. Yes, I did, judging by the camels. So, this is going to be Mage Lords. And we are going to be Desert Dwarves. I haven't played as them for a long time. Okay. This is going to be interesting, because this is not a desert map. So I think we've added more desert. Sand and Astral Barrens are common. Wanted the vote to feel active, it usually engages participation. That's fair. We are deep in the mountains, right on the edge of the world. Interesting. Okay. A new ruler emerges. Right. Tome of Cryptomancy. I'd forgotten about that. So we are nomads. Mobile units that focus on maneuvering and flanking. Nomad cities are able to pack up into a nomad city barge and relocate. Nodes in the domain of their cities are over-harvested over time, exhausting the nodes to gain essence in the city. Nomad cities require 50% more food to gain population. And we are scavengers. Survival is measured in what can be scavenged from the ruined world. Your people know this well. Use wonder scavenging to extract unique essences from ancient wonders, further empowering the cities they collect essence. In combat, pick up loot from defeated units to heal and gain looted power. We are talented collectors. And we have visions of promise. Okay. Empowering trophies. Gain 1 looted power. What ice coffin does damage? Forget this, not CK. +1 defense and resistance. Attacks inflict 20% more damage. Support abilities heal 20% more and stacks up to 5 times. Okay, that's quite powerful. Visions of promise. This realm breathes a scent of fate that affects you. It doesn't take long before you succumb to a dream. You stand amidst unfinished foundations of clay at dawn, familiar and safe. Heath surrounds you with only 2 landmarks in sight. The rising sun's rays bounce off a crown suspended in the sky, looming over a walled city atop a steep hill. Meanwhile, the moon illuminates a path of debris leading into a dense forest, where countless eyes gleam beneath its canopies. A thunderous voice commands, "Guide your desert dwarves towards their paradise." Which destination belongs to you? The walled city, the forest of debris, or you remain inside the foundations of clay? So the clay foundations of the Materium. Path of debris is the forest. Or the city on the faraway hill is order. I think either nature or clay. Considering we focus on finding oases, I would say probably nature. I don't think order makes sense. Materium could. Drawing more into the dwarven nature of our nation. So which do we think? Nature or clay? Make this a 1-minute vote. Get your votes in! Vote, vote, vote. Giving you another chance to get into this. And there it is for you on the uptubs. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Okay, it is 33% for clay and 67% for nature. An imaginary exponent, once again, 6,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to go for nature. The winds roar with hunger. This realm is being affected by the devouring winds. The breeze siphons and redirects magic from everything it passes through. Should a great surge of magic flood it, the winds will wreak havoc, bringing dire consequences to spellcasters and the landscape of the realm. Casting world map spells will build up a cataclysm, but perhaps there are ways to mitigate this crisis. We should investigate. Okay, so here we have our Dune Rider Scout. What is that? Focus crystals. Gain extra experience from combat. Interesting. 240 combat power. We have 310. But the road leads this way, and I think what we're going to do is follow the road. Didn't see anyone on there. That's 276, so this is actually a weaker army than that one. But considering you're standing on top of a large creature cage... Oh, it'll actually give us a free creature. Well, we should do that, because it's free stuff. We should also take a look to see what we want to build here. So this is Jalid Wahatan. And I think we probably want to start with a storehouse, or maybe a salvage shop. Oh yeah, this produces draft production and food. Boosted by having a farm. Whoops. We cannot build farms in the Ashland. We're in a really bad place. Although we could go out to sea, and then there would be food there. So let's start out with a storehouse, because we can actually build foresters here. Oh yeah, there's a forest. And here too. One tile. Huh. We level up in 5 turns. Let's get the storehouse. And we also want to recruit a soldier, and I think that's probably going to be a looter. Maybe the Wind Warrior. Windborn Rescue. What does that do? Swap places with target-friendly units and heal the target and the caster for 10 temporary hit points. Okay, that's kind of nice. Looter. Catch! Transfer a stack of looted power from this unit to a friendly target. We'll go with Wind Warrior. Then we can also start researching the next thing. The White Witch. This gives us a source of damage, which right now we do seem to be kind of missing. Frostblade would enchant our units. That enchants a lot of units, so actually, you know what? We're going to go with the Frostblades first of all. What kind of hero are we? Ritualist, regular. With hindsight, she should probably be like a ranger or something. Alright, let's fight them. So we can kind of block this path out. These guys are ranged. What do you do? Disturbing Wind. Remove the target loot marker to grant a friendly unit within 4 hexes looted power and temporary hit points. Recovering Wind Pull. Heals for 20 temporary hit points, loses all negative status, teleports to an adjacent space. And we don't currently have a heal. Oh, you can stand on there, but then you'll be on fire. Which you are immune to. You guys are chargers, so you kind of want to attack us. Okay, so let's do this. Throwing at us, but we're actually in cover. Oh, you're going all the way around. Huh. So you can charge them fairly easily. I think I'd kind of like you to just go and charge them. Their retaliation does more damage to you than you do to them. Oh, all 3 of these are tier 2s. Hadn't quite realised that. What are my spells? Target friendly unit with scavenger gains looted power. or enemy sustains 10 frost damage, the chance of becoming frozen. You are vulnerable to frost. Well, I think I know what I need to do. Oh, and that froze you. Okay, that is a big help. What's your range? Oh, you have crossbows. Interesting. Would be in range from there. Basically what I'm trying to do is get far enough away from this guy that he doesn't have a chance to charge us. I should actually go first. Ouch. Just want to get in and do damage, while pushing as far around here as possible so that you're left chasing me for as long as possible. So you get your actions back, you can hit them 3 times. Okay. Ooh, that was not very pleasant. You're going to be able to charge me with quite a lot of power next time. So I think I'm going to do a heal on you, which also dispels the negative. That is a flank, so it's going to do quite a lot of damage. I'm expecting you to attack them again, because you don't really have a good shot against anything else. The problem is you, because you can charge any of these, and hitting them in the back would basically kill them. So I think I effectively need to sacrifice you to hold him where he is. Oh, blinded him. That certainly helps. Okay, and then I think we are going to blast you with cold magic again, hopefully freeze you again, which we did! Fantastic! So we have them pretty well controlled. But that is the end of the spells that I can cast here. You've just left yourself open to their flank. Which would not quite be enough to kill you. The retaliation would basically kill you. Ah, you're blind, so you have no retaliation, so you can actually just move freely. 13 damage plus 12 is 23. It would kill him, and then you'd be free to move over here and hit him in the flank. Not that that would help hugely. Actually, yes it would. Right, we do that. Shank him! Yeah! Okay, there is loot there that we could pick up. Oh, that has to be adjacent. Shit.
Yeah.
So you could switch with him, but I don't really want you to do that. I could move you there, but then that would get you attacked by him. Let me do it. Oh no, because he didn't leave his adjacency. So then you two switch, which heals you. Beautiful. And now you're flanking him, so you can safely hit him in the back. You can hit him in the front. Oh, that retaliation really stings. I think I might actually just have you hold, because you don't do a lot of damage. Should have turned you around. Ah, you're going to get flanked. No, you can't be flanked, because you're in defense mode. Haha! Planned! He just picked up the loot because he pushed me onto it. Oh, amazing! Okay. Skirmishes are slippery. Yes, they are. Does not trigger opportunity attacks. I did not actually realise that. That was very good to know. So we could get up behind you and stab you. We could have you get up behind them and stab them. And you're way more effective at this. Let's have you do that again, please. Which will virtually finish him off. This will finish them off. Nice. Which frees you up to get on and grab the loot, which heals you. And moves you in that direction, ready to deal with them. Okay, this has actually gone quite well. Except for all the burning. That kind of hurts. Not able to see them from there. Oh, yes you are. Interesting, so it pulls them away from danger and heals them. It's actually kind of a cool ability. High morale, you're hitting the guys with the shields, good luck with that. Get over to there, shoot them with crossbows. having such a bad time hitting them. 20% harder to hit by missile and ranged attack magic. That will do it. Oh, you're still in range. Perfect. Oh, you hit him. Good shot. So we didn't lose anyone, which is the most important thing, though we did take quite a lot of damage. We got a dire penguin. Amazing. And then next up we're going to head down there to deal with you. But we're really going to need to get some healing in, because, ouch. That was actually kind of painful. No, I've made a mistake. More scouts first. Oh, well, we lost one turn of production because of that. Never mind. Oh man, we really are at the edge of the world here. Ew, that's all blocked off. This is all horrible, nasty terrain. I'm not sure we could have a worse starting place. Could you walk on to the quarry for extra production to help build the storehouse? Could I walk on to the quarry? Work on the quarry, you mean? So I'll go to here. I will be mostly healed in one turn. It will just be the Wind Warriors who are not. I'm okay waiting a turn. Wait, can I reach you at all? Cannot move on that terrain. It's in the lava pool. There's a baddie there. 288, what are they? Pyromancers. So we could try to kill the camp. Mostly looking for a way out of here. I haven't found one yet. Thankfully we are nomads, so we can just go whoop. Speaking of which, how do I do that? Pack up the city into a mobile nomad city barge unit. Settler can be unpacked into sea elsewhere, but it is vulnerable to being attacked. So we probably want to go across the water, but I don't have boats yet. So we need to get to basic seafaring before we can do that, which is in 5 turns. What a start. Man, what a start. My ruler did level up, which is nice. Coordinated command or the decisive command. Coordinated means effect jumps one additional target, but then decisive means it doesn't actually cost me anything to do. So I think we're going to go decisive. I just need to remember to actually use it. Are there mods for this? Let's watch. I'm wondering if there is a mod which means that the 0 action abilities don't end your turn, or can be used not on their turn. Zero action abilities. Seeing a way of doing that. Because they cost 0 actions, you'd just be able to use them whenever. Line deposit, you normally get some production when you clear it for the first time. Really? Kind of going in the wrong direction now, but we'll check that next time. There's just nothing here. I'm stuck. What a terrible map. I guess this is the problem with squeezing 8 players into this. Actually, you can stay there and get some experience while we fight this bandit camp. So they have 2 halberdiers and a sudden priest who can awaken. Don't think halberdiers are awakenable though. So the Sun Priest, not as powerful as it may initially seem. But then again, maybe he can. And they can attack twice. That's a little annoying. So what can you do? Combat trained. The unit is under the control of the player of free city and gains extra buffs. It's amphibious, so it could actually swim. could reach me wherever I go, so I can't really do hit and run with you. Let's see there, though. Vision, status resistance, pick up loot, drops by slain units, and ranged unit and a scout. Okay. Come at me, bro. Still get to me wherever I go, so I think we're going to go around the back here just to panic you a little. We could bring the penguins in to hit from the flank. So you shooting over their heads first of all. You absorb some of their damage. So you're in risk because of them, but if we bring the penguins into this position, then these guys can't get to you. So you would then need to just fend off the 3 attacks. You don't do nearly as much damage as I'd kind of expect you to. More. 5 times 3. 14 times 3. Bolstering and Rune of Retaliation. So you have the extra bolster from that. Awaken's giving you extra spirit damage. Right, you have the reflection. Yeah! And what I can do is I can heal you, but I have a feeling that's going to pull you to there. So actually what I kind of want to do is this, because then if you're already next to him, I'm not sure you move him. No. Good. Okay, let's bring you over here to absorb some of the damage from those guys. And then let's give you decisive command to hit them again 3 times instead of just once. Let's do some damage. There we go. Now we're hurting them. How many hit points do you have? 80 with 3 defense. Cool. Now you can just nuke those guys. And blinded them. Oh, which means no retaliations. I should have led with the blind. Lesson learned. And then I could also give looted power to somebody. I'm thinking to you. It did not heal you, but it would. Support abilities heal extra hit points. Well, let's bring the camels in behind you and just shoot you in the face. And then let's hit you with the mage and try to blind you. Which we did. No retaliations. That's what I like to see. And then we just started blasting. So you now have looted power times 2, which means I guess you do 40% more damage with your attacks. That stacks quite nicely. But the fact that we blind them... Okay, the retaliation's hurt. But you're healing. Why were you healing? Oh, lifesteal. And morale drain. And what does this do? You also suffer less damage from losing casualties. Okay. I dig it, I dig it. Then I think what I'm going to have you do is just charge them in the face and be like, haha! And I think I might even give you... Do I need to do this? Bit of a waste of mana. I'm not going to do this. For A players, you kind of need to go into the largest possible size. I mean, I did that on purpose because I wanted this to feel crowded. This is meant to be an era of strife. Right, you're archers, so you shoot 3 times. How did that? Yes, not very well. So let's just murder them in the face, or the back of the face. If you shoot them with your crossbow, you got the loose power. Nice. Technically a flank. Come on, penguins. Oh, goblins. Awakened goblins. Interesting. Ring of Escape. Slip away. When this unit's hit points are reduced to 0, it's displaced by 3 hexes and heals 15 temporary hit points. That's cool. Especially for a healer. It's very cool. Now, 327. Are you going to be able to go up to them? 300. Iffy! Iffy. Wait, stop. Ah, damn it! I wanted to see if going on there gave me the extra resources. Start the salvage shop. We can bolster it next turn. I mean, we're still going to have our magic, and there's basically no chance of fracture, so I think we're good for a little while. We have a spell to cast, which is going to be Earth-Shaped Sand. Target friendly or unknown surface province becomes sand. So I do technically have a way out of the fact that this area is freaking garbage. What I'm hoping I can do is move over to here. I just need to get the ability to sail. Still 3 turns away from that. Alright. Alright, so we wanted to try going onto here to see if we get the construction. And your booster was a farm, which we were thinking of putting here. Which then reduces that to 3 times. Much better. Yeah, I think you only get the production when you actually annex. Still can't sail across that even though I own it. There's not even any underground entrances over here. In which case, honestly, you may as well stay here and offer support against the spiders. Can't move into that terrain. Oh, 'cause it's covered up, but it's actually technically, and this is why I can't see the beetles there. That's a bit glitchy. It is actually underground and it's actually lava. Well, alright then. I guess we're going to go back to town. Can I change water hex to sand? Fairly sure I cannot. Chasm, swamp, snow, ice, ash, and gloom. So no. We do have frostblades now, however. Which would be really effective against fire creatures. Improvised remedy. Healing spell for scavengers. All friendly units with looted power heal hit points. Scavenger bags allows everything else to become scavenger, but we want to get the enhanced crow companion. We'll send the penguin off because it's aquatic and should be able to cross that water. And you just go look longingly off the side of this. You just come over here, I guess. There's someone already there. Ruler leveled up again. Awesome. Rejuvenate. Target friendly creature in a 1 hex radius. Heal. Usable every 2 turns. Or single target heals for 30. Gives an extra 20, so it'll actually heal for 50. Or regen for 3 turns. No, I think I want the big heal. I prefer that one. What a weird playthrough. 8 turns in, and I'm already completely stuck. Alright, can I sail yet? Yes, I can. Good. Set sail! Head out to sea, lads! Tell me what's out here. 297, 276. The Omnisphere. Oh, it's a free city. The Toad Mystics. Seer Karina Starblade of the Free City of the Omnisphere greets you with a sage, vaguely insufferable expression. Salutations to Bishop Ash. The two mystics of the Omnisphere extend a hopeful wish for mutual neutrality. Now diviners were told your presence in these lands. We seek only to further our understanding of the arcane arts and remain amenable to fostering a mutually beneficial relationship with your mighty empire. If we cannot, we hope we can at least stay out of each other's way. I will give you the Whispering Stone for now. We are the only ones who have met them. Grim Entertainment. Before negotiations with the Omnisphere resume, Karina Starblade greets you. She is flanked by two guards holding a malnourished man in chains. Karina Starblade bares her teeth with an unsettling grin. I'll honor your might or offer you this gift of mutual entertainment. We caught this miscreant trespassing in my private forest. The prisoner scoffs and prepares to object, but a quick punch to the gut from the seer knocks the wind out of him. The fire in his eyes, however, remains. Karina Starblade's eyes meet yours with a sinister anticipation. This prisoner's fate is forced to decide on Queen. Release him. Lose allegiance. Gain good. Greetings, unfortunate trespasser. You decide which foot stays attached. Rather, we continue the negotiations. We had a little bit of evilness. We do what needs to be done. Dilruba, do you want to attack that? Low risk battle. I mean, actually, if we got you to rejoin us, then that would not be low risk anymore. Oh, it takes you a turn to embark. Well, there's more space over there, and I like that a lot more already. So I'm thinking we probably start packing you up. Oh, and you can just say, nope. This is what happens when your city moves faster than your armies do. Which is kind of hilarious when you think about it. Unfortunately, you just need to chill there for a turn. So do you. We can also get founding or absorbing cities takes less time. Newly founded or absorbed cities gain extra population. I think I particularly care about that right now. This is decent looking terrain. $437. Okay. I have a feeling that my penguin is going to be very important in this fight. Transformation. Nobility! Units non-flanking attacks deal damage based on the creature's devotion. Culture's devotion. And... Honourable elves? Impossible. What is the devotion level of a neutral creature? I don't know. Man, those tails are way longer than they look. It's actually kind of terrifying. They're like snakes. Well, Naga. That does make sense. Naga make you aquatic? Apparently so. Which is a little disappointing. Alright, so you guys are going to be ranged, and you're going to do a lot of damage to basically whatever you attack. So I kind of want to get into your face as quickly as I can. So I'm thinking decisive command on you to get you closer still. Get you right in the middle of these guys. Force them back. Right, and you heal yourself when you hit stuff. That's good. And you can shoot. Shoot them. Grazed? Grazed? Blinded. Should have done that first. Okay, doing a decent amount of damage to the octopi. You're attacking my shield unit, so the damage you can do there is going to be somewhat limited. You take 14 damage just for moving away. Ow! Stop that. Really? Those are hard to replace. Impossible, just hard. Oh, but they drop their own looted stuff. Kill the octopus. And we'll use you to chase them away and do a shit ton of damage in the meantime. Ow. In fact, when you try to run away, they'll probably kill you. So then I just need to deal with you. That damage thing you did. Was that a one-off shot? I think it was, unfortunately. So this is going to sting. Not sting nearly as much as I expected. They're still doing 20 damage per hit. They're doing 60 in total. You did not move away. Curious. What I kind of want to do. Have these two finish them off, and then you can go and swim after those. We have a high chance of freezing them. Not really enough, though. So I'm going to give you another trophy. Which brings you up to 3. +1 defense and +1 resistance, and yet you only have 1 resistance. Oh, -2 from being embarked. Oh, I didn't realise you had such big penalties from being embarked. Okay, now it makes sense why we were taking so much damage. Seal transference, you're trying to move away. Shooting them They can take it. They're not embarked. No slip away for you. Let's just straight up kill them and also heal a bit in the process. You tried to slip away. Unfortunately for you, I have a crossbow. Pew pew. Which with 3 levels of buffs is basically a ballista, but I'm annoyed that I lost them. But I don't think I could have done that any differently. They basically just nuked him. Where do I want to go from here? Landing here seems pointless. I think sending you north is the way to go. Over there, there. Probably that one. I will get the Wayfinder enchantment because this allows scouts to never die. I'll start researching the Crow enchantment. The fracture is going quite high already. We're starting to see where the Cataclysm provinces will be. Of course it's none of these. I don't think there's actually any that we can see. Alright. So let's use the watchtower, take a look around. Dragon's Lair. Oh, I'm sure that's going to be fine to sit next to. A gold level bad guy spawner. At least we have a little bit of space here. So yeah, I think settling the city here is going to be the way to go. That takes a turn. Do is I'll just keep on sailing around because we seem to have pretty good movement at sea and good vision radius too. I want to get a bit closer to the Dragon's Lair just to see how it's fortified at the moment. This spell is now ready, so let's go ahead and try it. Success, I assume. And then we can get a hero, and I think we probably should. So we can get an Elementalist, a Ritualist, or another Elementalist. William Harris is an Arcane Governor. Trollkin Governor. You can recruit trolls and ogres. But we already have a Ritualist. We could do with another one, I guess. Or we could do with an Elementalist. Specialist Governor, what do you do? Each special province improvement costs less gold and less production. Okay, those are quite nice to have. You're an Arcane Governor, so you produce extra mana stability. We're in a fracturing world, so I don't know if that's necessarily going to be very useful. Clear a gold level infestation, or clear any infestation. I mean, we have a gold level right next door to us. So I'm kind of leaning towards this gentleman here. Alright, we need a new name for you. So let's go to the world building stuff again. What do we want him tuned to? Well, we're going to recruit him, but he's using a Staff of Lightning. So like a Zephyr. Smoke Cats and Kiritut wants me to drink some tea. Unfortunately, I've literally just finished the tea, but I do have water, so cheers. And here's the second one. Nice. Do we have a list of the desert dwarves we have so far? So we have William Thunder and Lightning Harris, which was the other character, Dilruba, and then Gustav Smoke Breath, but we never actually defined Gustav. Oh yeah, he's the guy that did the Toolship Lightning World. I remember now. This is a different character. This guy is actually a lightning. Nazrim Kalavar. Oh, I said Kevlar. Zahir Volthan. Volthan I really like as a surname. Kazir Volthan. Typing box. Oi! You stole it! Oh, it's off the page. Balthun, right? Balthun. I prefer with the M. Volt Hum. Where do they appear? We don't have a city right now. I think he's going to appear when we get the city. So, what was your name again? I've forgotten already. Kazir Volthan. He is not a sir, he is lord. Except, then we add that to our list of names. Desert Dwarves. Alzir. Bowl food. We just put Lightning Mage for the moment. Oh, he's here. Okay, so we can have you joining that party when they arrive, and then basically fight them, I think. That seems reasonable to me. So we effectively want you to land there next turn. Jalid Wahatan has been pounded once more. So, oh no, you can actually move. No risk battle. Deploy here as well. And I can bring all of these units into this fight. And I kind of like that idea, so let's do that. Let's go. I never really checked to see what troops they have. So they have a defender, they have a charger. The dominating Fae. Huh. Aura of Tyranny expendable. When the unit dies in combat, it's revived at the end of combat if the owner is victorious. Revived units are brought back with 10% hit points. Armor of Contempt, +1 defense from resistance against attacks for each debuff on the attacker. Savage Strike, Cold-Blooded. Well, we need to be a little bit careful with you because you're kind of hurting. Wizard there. We have you over here. I think what we might try to do with the cavalry is incite them to attack you. So let's have you coming up onto the bridge. If we went there, then you'd be able to attack me. I don't want you to be able to attack me. So this is going to be fine. Right, I only actually have 2 frontline units at the moment. There's those 2. I really need to build more of the Wind Warriors, whatever they were called. Get up to there, that's just fine. Alright, let's see what you got. Distraction paid off. Unfortunately, these guys are still a little bit dangerous. You can go after them and do some significant damage. So let's see if we can get some blinds off. We did. Perfect. Then you can step in here and attack them without being counterattacked. Get to him, which is a little concerning, so let's move you to here. No, you can't. Let's have you wait a second. Let's try blasting down the same character. You can get to here and then attack him, but I'm kind of okay with that. He's relatively tough. You can come over here. Crossbow. Still hit that, nice. You can choose to have someone attack again, and I think I will. Now, one thing that we could do is ice coffin you. We froze. Perfect, so they can't actually charge us. Haha! Beautiful. And you still have the ability to attack, so I would say do that. And you guys aren't able to catch me regardless of where I go. We're hitting you in the back with our archer. Ooh, you're doing quite a lot of damage actually. Interesting. I guess because of your warfare training, you actually count as our archer. So we basically have mounted archers. That's interesting. Hey, Glenus. Oh, you were able to walk past me because you'd used up all of your counterattacks. I think you're just going to continue shooting them in the back. This time you get 3 shots. Oh man, we do so much damage. Do that. Graze, graze. Proper hit. That's fine. Well, this time you have an easier shot against them. You're only going to do 8 damage, which is a little bit disappointing. That's fine. Dead. Move you to here. Then shoot you, hopefully blind you again. You did. And you can attack them 3 times with no counterattacks. And this will heal you up again. Ah, nice. I thought for a minute you were actually healing, not just getting the temp hit points, but no, you were not. You will be able to reach my archers this time, but you're swordsman, so I don't really care about that. These guys are a bit more dangerous. They're not going to do a tremendous amount of damage, even if they get the charges up. Except potentially against you. But then I'm pulling you away from the front line, and I'm kind of okay with that. Raise 90% chance of hitting. You what, mate? What I'm going to do is move you here and just blast them. And kill this unit. We can. Then we can use you to blind them. After increasing your strength first, of course. Means no counterattacks, and you just keep on healing yourself. You're going to take an attack of opportunity, but we're just going to move back 1. We're going to mostly... Well, they won't be flanked. Position to do anything that is particularly useful, and by the time they get to me, they'll be dead. past them. I'm going to want you to get next to these guys because I want to drop the recovering wind pull on you because this removes all negative effects. Which includes the immobilization, importantly. So you could kill him, bring you up to attack them. I would like to have used you to get another decisive command, but we'll save that one for next turn where we'll basically double attack them into the back. And we'll have you coming over here. I'm not a scavenger, so you can't use the looted stuff, unfortunately. But that's fine. You may as well just shoot them in the back, but they're now pinned by the penguins. And you can come up here and prepare to shoot them in the back. Just like you did with the charges. These penguins are surprisingly good tanks. Get you two there. Put 2 shots into your back, which is very much considered a flank. Then move you up and blind them. Move you up, nuke them. Move you in behind. Chop chop. And there we are. We actually took very little damage there. That was a good win. The Ring of Flanking. Deliver extra damage when flanking. Not super useful, but I'll take it. We want to settle. The question is where? I mean here, so we can get the gold mine. Well, no, we really need the population to be growing. We would also very much like to block their growth here. So maybe we do forest, 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 farm, 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 farm. Take it! It's yours! So with the forester, we have boosted the library. We would want 2 foresters. We get another one in 1 turn. So that works for me. Plus we're going to want another wind warrior, probably even 2. In the short term, let's move you up to here just to take a look around. That is all just mountains, okay. You can join that army. Oh, there are actual dragons here. Tier 5, Tier 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. 1,000 combat points. That's going to be... That may well be a problem. Is this a random faction I'm playing? This is one that we built earlier, the so-called Desert Dwarves. So this is all built on a world that I'm making for myself. So all of the factions actually in the game that we are playing with at the moment are custom. And the ruler leveled up again. Level 4, so we have actually grabbed this. So we have Materium, Chaos, Shadow, and Nature. Chaos gives us crit hit chance. That's not going to be very useful for us, we're a healer. So this gives us extra flanking damage on Shadow. Which with the Ring of Flanking would be really quite potent. So we kind of want like a super mobile like warrior, or maybe a what are they called? Spellblade. Materium gives you defense. Still a stone gives you defense and resistance buff, which I think is probably actually going to be the most useful for you. Light strikes is just more damage. Pack leader gives you the flanker abilities. Oh no, that gives animals flanker. You mean like the dire penguins? No, I can't be building my army around just one unit. But then nature does also give you the extra hit points, which is nice. We're a healer, we can recover those very quickly. And it may well lead to more nature stuff. I don't really know what the nature path looks like. I can't check. Dilruba technically is... I'm not actually sure if she's mountain or plains. I think mountain. So we're going to go with Materium for you. And we're going to take Still a Stone. And we're also going to grab Enhanced Restoration, which means that your heal now does 50 points of healing. Which is pretty darn good. We have unlocked Excavation and also Knowledge Extraction. We haven't defeated any heroes yet though. Right, we can now get another forest. And I think we're... actually, I kind of want you to be a mine. Do a forestry. And then with the 2 forestries, we can now get the boosted granary. Silver Wonder, I don't think we're going to be capable of taking on silver. Bronze, we might be able to. There are a lot of wonders around us. Crikey. Well, let's go back to town, heal up a little, while we think about where we want to go next. Oh, we've met someone. Brutalos.
So you are Queen Dilruba Shapasha, the Desert Dwarves. I am not impressed. Tread carefully before I decide that your realm is actually worth conquering.
Cool. I'm sure everything's going to be fine. I didn't set the AI for the Lich Lords. Not going to change it for this game, but I think I will in the future. Another watchtower, which doesn't really reveal very much. We've got our library. Yes, we've already changed that. We are now packed with loyalty. Totally good. And we're at a spot where we can enter. But I think I'm actually going to bring the stream to a close here. I've been going for more than 4 hours. And I could do with a break. Plus it's Easter, so, you know. Thanks everyone for watching, hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out and lets me do more of this kind of content. If you're currently watching the uptubs, you can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv/MordredViking. And if you're on Twitch, you can also find us on the uptubs at youtube.com/MordredViking. I will post those details in here. And if you're on YouTube, you can find the various details, things I've been talking about in the description below. Cleanest got a new laptop, it's only got 4 gig of RAM. Very slow, so no gaming for it until you upgrade. Yeah, 4's definitely not enough these days. But I hope you can get that upgraded soon. But considering how expensive RAM is, that might take a while. But good luck. But anyway, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for watching. Happy Easter to you all. Hope you have a fantastic day, and I'll see you next weekend, where we shall play some more games. Until then, bye-bye.